letter, it gives a perspective from the NPA standpoint as to the logic and justification for the very coordination you reference. Up until we dealt with Advocate Harrison, we considered that coordination from SAP's perspective, from the police perspective. And Advocate Harrison gives us the same view, but from the NPA's perspective. Thank you. So then, General, I'd invited us to go to annexure MK13, starts at page 254. Before we deal with the contents of this document, can you just identify for the record what it is?
Commissioners, this is a memorandum between the South African Police Service, KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the NPA in KwaZulu-Natal, with the intention to improve the working arrangements and the performance between the two entities or two departments.
If we turn then to page 257.
Before you do that, Ms. Silla?
Yes.
At page 255, General, is where the very last line, it says NPA/SAPS KZN. What is PEOF, REOF, and DEOF?
Commissioners, the EOF stands for Efficiency Optimization Forum. The letters that are preceding those EOFs really refers to the area of operation. The P stands for province, the R stands for region, and the D stands for district.
Thank you, General.
General, I thought I was interrupting. Commissioner Baloyi, I would like to refer you to page 264 of that same document. 264, and that the list of the acronyms used in this document, and that includes the acronyms you referenced at page 255. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. General, I referred you to page 257 of that document. It's a signature page. Could you confirm the date of signature and who appended their signatures on that page?
The first signature on the page is the signature of the Director of Public Prosecution in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. At the time, she went by the same name Zungu, and she's now Harrison. It's the same person that signed that, and together with myself as the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal.
And when was this document signed?
This document was signed by both parties on the 26th of August, 2022.
There is a paragraph there preceding these signatures. It reads, the signatories hereof being duly authorized thereto, determine an issue hereby the official terms of reference for successful coordination of NPA and SAPS operations outcomes.
That's
Confirm
correct.
that.
That's correct.
I then would like you to, we work briefly through this document, and for this purpose, I would like you to turn to page 259. And just to read into the record item 1, this is under the heading Establishment and Responsibility of Efficiency Optimization Forums. Just item 1.
The established forums are to be known as KwaZulu-Natal NPA SAPS Efficiency Optimization and oversight forums for the consideration of NPA and SAPS performance.
And still on the same page, further down in the middle of the page, composition of the District Efficiency Optimization Forums, DEOF. That paragraph sets up the composition of the forums and highlights that the NPA, under item F, the NPA will retain chairmanship of the forum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
My question is, that was as at the date of signature, which was, you said, in 2022.
That is correct.
Up until the attempt at disestablishment, was that situation prevailing? Was it still the NPA that retained the chairmanship?
The situation still prevails up to that date and beyond.
And if we turn over, leaf at page 260, under the objectives of the forums, if you could read those objectives into the record.
The objectives of the forum are to, A, ensure that all courts achieve the targets in terms of outcome 3, outputs, and operational objectives. B, monitor progress with regard to the achievement of joint targets. C, identify and address challenges encountered in meeting targets. D, identify and address specific crime types, modus operandi, crime trends in hotspots. E, optimize performance of the NPA and SAPS in the KZN province with the end result of the people of this province being and feel safe.
Those objectives, as were established in 2022, are they still applicable to the forums as we speak, whether or not legally the task team has been disestablished?
These objectives are still applicable to date, Commissioners.
And lastly, on this document, page 261, under the heading, Meeting of the District Efficiency Optimization Forums, I just want to highlight items 1 and 2, if you could read those.
The meetings of the forum shall take place monthly. If any urgent matter arises, the chairperson may convene a special meeting to discuss such a matter.
So it was anticipated at the time that the meeting will take place at least once a month, and could be more
That's correct.
if the need arose. That's as far as I want to engage with this document, General, but before we move on, is there anything you want to highlight to the Commissioner regarding this particular document, this Memorandum of Understanding?
Commissioners, as you'll see on the signature on this document, as I had read on the record, or indicated on the record, as it's reflected on page 257, that is dated the 26th of August 2022. I had indicated yesterday that I was appointed as a provincial commissioner in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in April 2021. So, on top of the challenges that we experienced with regard to the workings of the task team, we also had challenges in general with regard to the cooperation between the police and prosecution in order to achieve the same objective in the province. That's why we felt it's important for us to have a formal structure of working between us and the NPA, which is not only applicable at the provincial level, which is not only focused on the task team work alone, but on the working arrangement from the local level to the regional level, as well as the provincial level, between the South African Police Service and the NPA. So this is what led into the development of this document, using both legal teams of the SAPS as well as the prosecution. That allows us to have this better understanding and a good working relationship between the two of these departments in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Now, Commissioner Balo.
Yes. At that page 261, where you read item 1 and 2, item 10 states that minutes are to be forwarded monthly to the DPP, the SAPS Provincial Commissioner, and the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection. Why was this considered necessary? What was the purpose of having that?
The Commissioner will notice that there is a district, there is a region, and there's a province, EOF. So what is happening in the lower forums, whatever they're discussing in the lower forums, it is important for the higher structures to get to know, meaning they will have sat and engaged and deliberated on matters at the district level. Whatever the meetings that they've held and the discussions that they had amongst them, it must be elevated to the higher structure, which is myself and the DPP, because we have to monitor whether there is any compliance with the directive and this MOU that we've put together, so that when we meet in our forum, we take into consideration matters that already came from the bottom. And we can also intervene early enough if there are challenges in those structures at the bottom. That's why what you just read, Commissioner, is the lower level. When it says these minutes must be forwarded to the higher structures, you'll see the higher structures is reflected on the same document, the following page, 262, the Provincial Optimal Forum. So that's where whatever minutes discussed on these two lower structures will end up in that forum. And that forum, the chairmanship will rotate between myself and the DPP as we are managing this process.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, the facts as they stood on the ground regarding the functioning of the PA and basically the establishment of a formal structure to govern that relationship. Yesterday, we dealt with a number of reports that you stated the trust team had filed. Are there any comments you want to make before we move to the next topic as regards all the information you have provided about the trust team and its efficiency?
Commissioner, I think for me as the head of the police in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, I felt it's important to demonstrate that my efforts starting from the day I became aware of the letter of the minister leading up to the 6th of July were all aimed at making sure that I protect this working arrangement of ours to administer justice to the communities out there. That when we try by all means to make the system work between the South African Police Service, the prosecution, the courts, and the correctional facilities, that entire value chain does not get disturbed. So we must understand the challenges in between, and we put measures in place to try and mitigate those challenges. But if you have another superpower structure coming from outside and want to disturb this process, or there are players within this system that are in cahoot with the people that are supposed to be our clients outside, that want to disrupt the working of this justice system, it is therefore important for us to do something about it. So that's basically what I was trying to communicate in all what we have discussed thus far with regard to the team's formation and how it's been working, and what is the general working arrangements between us as the police together with the NPA, the courts, and correctional facilities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, General.
General, if we can just go back to page 186.
And for the record, if I may, Commissioner, that's
The letter, yes.
Okay, 6.
It's 9. Are you there, General?
Yes, I'm there.
The last paragraph says a preliminary report has to be submitted to the minister by the 20th of January 2025. The final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. As far as you know, were those reports generated and submitted to the minister?
Commissioner, I would be lying if I say I know, because I never engaged with the minister on this. And I, as a person heading policing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, where this task team is located, I was never asked to finish any report that is going to be directed to go to the minister. So perhaps maybe the project manager, which is Gerald Kumalo, might have been approached by the national commissioner, and if that happened, I don't know. However, I am aware that there's been meetings between the minister and the national commissioner and Gerald Kumalo regarding the same subject, which one of the meetings took place just after my parliamentary appearance, which took place on the 6th of March, I'm told. I was never invited to that meeting, so I wouldn't really know what they were discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. We are now at, technically, page 50 of your statement, General, if we could turn to that. And we have dealt with up to and including paragraph 145. We turn to a new topic now, and it's the efforts to stop the disbandment. With regard to what you set out in paragraphs 146 to 150, can you make some comments? What steps you took?
Commissioners, as I have outlined here on what I've tried in terms of me trying to deal with, which I became aware of on the 2nd of January regarding the letter of the minister and the task team, and this up until the 6th of July. My efforts have been made to stop the eventual disbandment of the task team, which has a direct impact in how we administer justice in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which will have a negative impact if it's not addressed. So I have indicated in the past, last week, yesterday and previously this morning, that I had engaged the National Commissioner upon becoming aware of the existence of this letter, and the National Commissioner, who indicated that he was not aware about the directive, where the directive come from.
Sorry to interrupt you, General. Why don't you perhaps ask specific questions with regard to what you may want to direct the General's mind to? I'm thinking there was some detail on this yesterday.
Yes.
I'm just trying to avoid a situation where we have a repetition.
Indeed,
For
Chair.
example, I contacted the National Commissioner, and then I asked the National Commissioner to make contact with right up to even the President. So I just want to avoid
Absolutely,
a
Chair.
repetition of all that. I'm by no means suggesting that there aren't issues that you may be wanting to cover on this topic. That's why I'm suggesting that perhaps go to the specifics and ask questions that relate to the specifics.
I shall. Thank you, Chair. I do take the point. The question was really leading us to paragraph 151 in the context of his evidence from the afternoon yesterday and this morning, and the steps he took by engaging internally with the sub-internal structures. It then leads to paragraph 151 and a particular conclusion drawn in paragraph 151. Are you there, General?
Yes, I am, Commissioner.
Perhaps the best would be for you to read that paragraph into the record.
On the 27th of January 2025, during the Police Day celebrations, I was interviewed by the ENCA media who were present in these celebrations. During this interview, I mentioned that I believe that the minister issued the directive to disband the political killings task team because someone had whispered in the minister's ear that the team was investigating cases that might link his or her associates. The political killings task team should be disbanded. My conclusion in this regard was informed by the facts that objective evidence within the police structures militated against the dissolution of the task team. I concluded, therefore, that the decision was influenced by information other than that at the disposal of the police and served the interest of those impacted by the ongoing investigations.
And perhaps I should ask you to read 152 and 153, because that will conclude this chapter.
In that interview, I also stated that there should not be someone from head office influencing the minister to destroy or attempt to halt investigations. In other words, the PKTT was now fighting criminal syndicates involved in the political killings on the other hand, and at the same time had to contend with forces within the state apparatus indirectly fighting the PKTT through the executive, the minister, and highly placed members of SAPS with a view to sabotage critical investigation. I was aware that after this interview, the target on my back had grown exponentially. However, I simply could not keep quiet and allow the minister to take his drastic action. At this stage, I did not yet know the person I mentioned in the interview, Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, who it has since been confirmed by the minister himself is an associate of the minister, was linked to Mr. Matlala, who is a prominent cartel member currently under investigation in Gauteng and a direct target of the organized crime unit investigating, as assisted by the members of the task team as part of GCI Ops.
So if we understand you correctly, the point you make in those 3 paragraphs is that based on the information you have now shared with the Commission regarding the political task team, the minister's decision to disband in the light of that, all that information, or the minister's decision is inconsistent with the weight and the value of the workings of the task team as you have shared with the commissioners. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We turn then to your briefing, and we start that conversation from page 52. And that is under the heading Allegations Advanced Against Various Arms of Government, Functionaries, and Other People. Do you see that?
Yep.
At paragraphs 154 to 158, you make some preliminary comments before you engage with the specific allegations. And I would like you to highlight those key comments which, in my understanding, invite the Commission and the listeners to consider the allegations that you will now be addressing in a particular context. You don't have to read everything that is there, if you could just highlight.
On the 6th of July, I made these allegations of impropriety and criminality on the part of some against a person serving in the different arms of government and within the entire law enforcement. And that includes some members of business communities and perhaps some politicians. So these allegations I made after the careful consideration of the facts that were in my disposal. And those facts were supported by the investigations that were ongoing and the report were in those investigations, which then suggested that indeed, there are some people that are involved in trying to frustrate the police work that will involve politicians, and evidence that shows police officers that are involved, as well as some people within the higher office of our justice system which are in courts, that include prosecutors that are involved with these criminal syndicates operating in South Africa.
From page 56, you deal then with the allegations as they relate to politicians. And just to give us context, at 56, you break up politicians into two groups. The one is headed Parliament at page 56, and then at page 61, there's a subheading, the executive. You confirm that?
That's correct.
And so far as Parliament is concerned, you raise concerns regarding two members specifically in this.
That's correct.
You had stated that in your paragraph, I think you had indicated that in respect of each category, you will highlight one instance or one person who falls under that particular category. But it should not be understood that the complaint is confined specifically to the one person. So when we deal with politicians, much as you highlight two here, your contention is that the problem spreads beyond the two and that there are actually more. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that the evidence of subsequent witnesses to follow will deal with the detail of the other persons per category. Is that the approach adopted?
That's correct.
With that in mind, then let's turn to page 56 under politicians, and specifically Parliament. Please explain the contents of your paragraph 165. You explain how you intend to deal with this issue.
On this specific paragraph, Commissioners, I want to focus my address in part to the role that is played by Mr. Fadel Adams, who is a member of Parliament. And in briefly, I will also touch on the role played by Ms. Colin Barnett, who's a member of Democratic Alliance.
At 166, you summarize the concerns you have regarding Mr. Adams.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Can you read that into the record so we appreciate?
The main concern with Mr. Adams are mainly two. The first one is the unauthorized access to the intelligence information and his reckless use thereof. The second one is the abuse of his...
Apologies, General. At this stage, because there are specifics about individuals who, according to the General, are implicated, I think I should place it on record and make this public announcement.
Yes, Chair.
That because of time constraints, as I understand from
Indeed.
the evidence leaders, and on my understanding, the statements having been finalized the day before the hearings, it was not practical for implicated notices to go out timeously and before the hearing. But the evidence leaders have undertaken that notices will go out. Transcripts of the evidence relevant to each implicated person will also be sent out to the implicated persons. So in that sense, the implicated persons will not be prejudiced.
Indeed,
They will
Chair.
be able to have a look at the evidence that has been laid, and indeed even the statements themselves will be shared with the witnesses for them to consider their positions and to address the implication insofar as it relates to each one of them as best they can. So they will be afforded a full opportunity as to how to address what implicates them. Am I recording the position correctly?
Absolutely correct, Chair, I confirm. And to point out that the provision of the rules, which require us to the extent that we are able to notify of implication before the witness is led. This is one of those rare instances when it was not possible. As the Chair will recall, the witness's statement was dated the 16th of September, which is the day before we started. They were prepared. The difficulty was the service in that short period of time, so they were struggling with service. Had we insisted on complying with that aspect, then we would have had to postpone the hearings, and we understood that was a factor
That was a no-no.
Indeed, Chair. So it's in those circumstances that we found ourselves having to lead General Mkhwanazi without the notices having been received by the respective persons. And we do undertake, as the Chair correctly points out, to provide all the facts and material that support the implications that General Mkhwanazi advances to each specific person that is dealt with in General Mkhwanazi's statement, as soon as his testimony is done, Chair.
You may continue, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was still reading the second concern that I have, the abuse of his seeming influence on the police structures at the highest echelon.
So you deal with the first part, with the first concern, which is unauthorized access to intelligence information and his reckless use thereof, from paragraphs 168 to 163. If you could just highlight to the commissioners what your concern is and why you contend that he had unauthorized access to intelligence information and that he dealt with such information in a reckless manner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe before I continue this, I think it's important to remind the Commission and the public in general on my opening comment yesterday, which is on my statement, I think it's on page 6, where I indicated that as the police are investigating and we analyze information that is presented and evidence before us, a certain picture or a particular trend emerges. And that trend forces us to investigate further. So as we investigate further, we begin to see a certain trend that we pick up that is involved in that criminal investigation we're conducting. Once we see that picture, then in this case, the picture that we see that seems to undermine the administration of justice in the Republic. It is for that reason that we then are in this state here before the Commission to try and explain the picture that we've been seeing, so that one doesn't wonder or question, why do we jump to that specific politician? It is due to this analysis and investigation that we are conducting that brings us to these individuals, so that we can flag and see for the Commission to assist us whether our conclusion is justified or not. But we are convinced that it is justified, that what we are presenting. So Mr. Adams appeared to have came into the position of an intelligence information. And this information is classified on its nature that Mr. Adams should not be in possession of. So it is an information that is intended for another structure. If it comes to his position and as a lawmaker, as a person who is serving in Parliament, he ought to know that when I'm in possession of information from crime intelligence that is classified, it must be handed over to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence so that it can be interrogated, regardless of the status of that information. So that is expectation that one has towards a lawmaker, such as Mr. Fazel Adams, who is currently serving in Parliament. Because this classified information we are referring to here, it's individuals that is deposited at crime intelligence or extracted by crime intelligence when the crime intelligence is conducting the vetting process for security clearance for individuals. It's a very sensitive information because it digs deeper to your personal information, your relatives, your criminal records, and everything that the state wants to test in order to confirm whether you qualify to be given a security clearance certificate or not. Such a clearance will then allow you to be in possession of sensitive material. The same applies to the members of the Joint Standing Committee in Parliament. It is only those members of Joint Standing Committee in Parliament that are vetted, and their information is in the disposal of this intelligence structure. And once they pass that vetting, certificates are issued to them. And that is the entry for those politicians to become members of the Joint Standing Committee. It is not open for everyone. So Mr. Adam, unfortunately, does not serve in the Joint Standing Committee. I do not know what is the reason that he is not part of the Joint Standing Committee. Perhaps that he might be able to answer himself. But in this regard, we know that he serves in the Portfolio Committee of Police, which is an oversight structure of government, and he's there as a public representative that holds us accountable on how we perform our function as a police on an open account of this that is allocated to the South African Police Service. But on the use of any funds on the secret account, the accounting role for that is within the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence as regulated by the National Strategic Act of Intelligence that regulates how matters of state secrets must be handled, including the budget, resources, and otherwise. So Mr. Adam is not part of it, but recklessly he handles intelligence information not only within Parliament, but he takes it out to the public.
Understanding your concern then, and you pointed out that he does not sit on the Intelligence Committee within Parliament.
May I ask this of you, Ms. Sillo, to what term of reference does this testimony relate?
It relates to the second part of what he'll be dealing with, which speaks to the concern about, it's basically access to unauthorized information, and as a parliamentarian, dealing with that information in a manner inconsistent with the position he holds. But then it leads to the second aspect at 166.2, which is the use of that same information to abuse his seeming influence on the police structures at the highest echelons. That will then lead to, quote unquote, triggering a process through the Minister of Police to take certain steps that the general believes is abuse of office and it interferes with the workings of the police. The chair will recall that when General Mkhwanazi started and explaining the various arms of government, of the police, he referenced crime intelligence, which though is located within the police, it is regulated in terms of the Intelligence Act. And it is the abuse he believes is perpetrated by some people.
Maybe let's leave it.
Okay.
Perhaps at some stage, whether it's when you make submissions
Indeed.
or after all the evidence has been laid we will see how the strings will be pulled together.
I'm
Maybe
happy
let's
with
leave
that
it.
approach.
But I've raised the question.
Yes,
yeah.
it's noted, Chair. My question to you, General, was how then would you suggest this specific parliamentarian ought to have dealt with that information?
Well, as a parliamentarian who is a lawmaker, it's a person that's supposed to know the law. The National Intelligence Act is the law that lawmakers must know and comply with. It would be expected that he knows that this information, it's an information that's supposed to be deposited to a different structure or an oversight body of Parliament, and so that it can be handled with sensitivity that it deserves. But unfortunately, he did not do that.
And from paragraph 173 onwards, you deal with how you say Mr. Adams actually dealt with that information. Can you take us through that?
Commissioners, as I'm outlining again here, I've said when I started, we investigate the picture emerged that calls for further investigation. So this commission is here to help us answer the question of how involved are the politicians and other private people, including police officers, how are they involved in interrupting the work of the security cluster in administering this criminal justice system. This is but one that you're going to see at the end, how Mr. Adams' action is impacting to the work that the team is doing. And again, posed to say this with respect, I had indicated that when we're discussing in length, we're talking about the political killings task team. We mentioned that Khumalo is the project manager there. Khumalo, who's a divisional commissioner of crime intelligence. We presented that Khumalo at crime intelligence becomes aware about what's happening in Gauteng province, and he registers a case internal within crime intelligence that is running as a project inside crime intelligence that is in charge of. It is that case that links to these high profile, the Mulifes, the Matlalas that get arrested. As you're going to see the picture late, it is an operation within crime intelligence, the GCI ops, not the PKTT. These actions that follows from there onward, how they're going to link to the work of that GCI ops. That's a picture we're going to show you towards the end, commissioners. So, but what we know here is that we're tracing steps back as when an incident happens. We go back and we ask, we investigate, what led into this, going backward. So, although we are explaining it here where it started, but not how we investigated. We investigated by starting at the result of something, and we backtrack to establish, like a crime scene. We're going to come to court and say, so-and-so killed that person. But we start by attending the crime scene. We collect evidence, we track back everything until we find the reasons. Then we say, this is a suspect who conducted this crime. So this is exactly what we are doing now. We are telling you who did what, which eventually will result into the interruption of the criminal justice system, which this commission is assisting us to investigate. So, Mr. Adams, on the 29th of October in 2024, he went to Cape Town police station and he opened 3 cases. And these cases, I'm going to invite you, should be public record, to even look at what is contained on his complaint. It does not even warrant the registration of a case. There's no elements of crime on his complaint. But nonetheless, he opened the complaint. And the complaint is really about the vetting procedures within crime intelligence a space that he ought not to play in. So he takes this sensitive information and he goes to the police station, and he goes and opens a case at the police station, which therefore means he has access to the records within crime intelligence of the secret information that he should not be in possession of. But he takes that information, he goes to a police station, he opens the case about that. And this information, as I said, the vetting procedures of the South African Police Service, where the allegations that the police is manipulating systems within the vetting process. This is a person that, as I said, Commissioner, is Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence in Parliament. He's in an open committee. But he speaks, he opens a criminal case about the matters of crime intelligence. Mr. Adams further claims that there's an abuse of the secret fund account. He does not have an oversight. He doesn't even know the budget allocated because he's not part of that committee. But he claims here that there's an abuse of the secret fund account at crime intelligence. So his accusation, his claims, allegation is that this secret fund account, these funds are being channeled to places where they're not supposed to go, including the procurement of vehicles for a political task team in KwaZulu-Natal. We demonstrated yesterday about the budgetary expenditure and everything from the team, where it comes from. But he claims here that this money from the secret fund account is used to purchase vehicles of the political task team. Surely, as a complainant, you would provide proof for this. I like to believe that as a complainant, he should be able to demonstrate that he has an evidence that this money was spent here for this resource. He further claims on his complaint, Commissioners, that this political task team is a private entity that provides service to the former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele. That's what he puts on the documents, on the A1 statement that he deposited at the police station. He accused that the team is basically an armed force of Gerald Cele. That's his accusation. And the other case that he opens, Commissioners, is that he raises concern or is challenging the appointment of one Ms. Mokwele, who was appointed as a technical support service at the Crime Intelligence Division. So he claims that this appointment was irregular and it should not have happened. So these cases are registered on the 29th of October in Cape Town. 29 October 2024 in Cape Town. 2 days later, Commissioners, on the 31st of October, Mr. Adams, he raised the same complaint and he lays the same charges at Orlando Police Station in Johannesburg. 2 days later, 29 and 31, and these are records on our case files in the police we have. They can be obtained by the commission if you so wish. He complains that he raised these complaints to Gauteng, and they are registered on the 31st. 3 cases are registered in Orlando Police Station. 29, 31st. On the 1st of November, Mr. Adams sends an email directly to the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo. He is complaining to the minister. And his complaint says that there are efforts to undermine investigation related to these cases, and therefore is requesting the minister to intervene. His email is attached as a reference that he sent to the Minister of Police.
General, if I may assist, that email you reference at paragraph 176 of your statement, and that is MK 14, starting at page 265.
That's correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So these are the timelines that I'm putting it before the commission. That 29 October, 3 cases in Cape Town. 2 days later, 31st of October, 3 cases, similar complaint in Orlando and Johannesburg, some 1,500 kilometers other part. A day later, a complaint to the minister that the 2 cases or the 2 provinces where he registered cases, there's some efforts to undermine investigations. So he's got evidence that there's an effort to undermine investigation on both of these provinces. That's why he then sends a complaint to the Minister of Police. So it is interesting indeed to know that this claim that Mr. Adams presented in Cape Town, he claims on his email that interception of the investigation and the docket had been intercepted. So I really don't know what does that mean? That you register a case in one instance, Commissioner, a complaint is a statement is deposited at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The case is registered at 8 o'clock in the evening. But 2 days later, he claims an interception. Perhaps even by the time he claims, that docket has not even been allocated to the investigating officer. But he is already moving to another province to complain about that. So this is what he puts in a complaint to the minister, that there's interception of the docket in Cape Town, and he further claimed that he had been notified that the Gauteng Police Department had followed the same modus operandi as the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner and is interfering in the investigation process. So this is one man, a member of parliament, that is convinced that within the period he's opened the case, there's an interference already. And he leaves the one province, he goes to another one, he opens a case, 24 hours later he reaches a complaint that they are following the same modus operandi as Cape Town. So how we concluded to this, I really don't know. Perhaps he will be invited here to come and explain why he reached this conclusion. But as we investigate, commissioners, you're going to pick up some linkages of his involvement in this work that the team are doing in uncovering the criminal syndicates within the police. So this is the build-up to such. That's why we are focusing on this. This complaint, upon landing at the minister's office, first he sends an email to the minister, and after that follows another emails to the chief of staff of the minister of police and other people that he copied the emails to. But the first one was directly to the minister of police. Subsequent to that, the minister's office directed this complaint to the office of the National Commissioner. This is a complaint that comes on the 1st of November. The National Commissioner directs the minister's office directs this to the National Commissioner's office, and they request the National Commissioner to respond by the latest, the 4th, which is 3 days later. They must give a response into these allegations of Mr. Adams. The National Commissioner's office acted on that complaint by directing a division in the police that is responsible for dealing with complaints, which is a division inspectorate. The report from the divisional commissioner, Lieutenant General Jacobs, is attached and marked MK15 in this regard. This General Jacobs and the team, upon receiving this complaint, they acted upon by trying to reach out to the complainant, Mr. Adams. They were not successful in trying to get him to come and elaborate on this complaint. And they read through the complaints and the dockets that he has registered at the 2 different provinces. They could not find anything that justified his complaint to say there was an interference with the investigation. And as a result, in their conclusion, General Jacobs, which he summarized in the report that he sent to the National Commissioner, of which the National Commissioner responded to the minister, was that the complaint of Mr. Adams was premature, and the police should be allowed to first investigate this matter, and upon the investigation, and maybe the further analysis can be done whether there is any interference or not. But the biggest problem on this is the fact that the complainant himself does not avail himself when he's contacted by the people who are now investigating his complaint. He does not avail himself to be engaged in order to form the basis of his complaint in this matter.
And if I may, General, for record purposes, the report of General Jacobs is an extra MK15 to General Mkhwanazi's statement, and that starts at page 270, Commissioners. Thank you.
Can I proceed?
No, he wanted to know if he may proceed. The commissioners were engaged, so we thought.
No, you may.
You may, okay.
Just engaging with Annex MK15. Yeah.
Okay. Before you turn to page 270, please, that's MK15. And please explain who, you say the author is Lieutenant General Jacobs. Who is he? And just highlight the date of that report. Then you can deal with its conclusions.
The report from Gerald Jacobs is dated the 30th of July 2025.
And you say who is, what position does General Jacobs hold and in what body?
Commissioners, if you allow me to indicate on this, it's a report that comes out from Gerald Jacobs as we're interrogating on what he did back then, which then supports the response to the office of the minister, which eventually a response that the National Commissioner had provided to the office of the minister with regard to the fact that they were struggling to get hold of Mr. Adams, and they could not therefore finalize their report. In the same reference, because I want to answer this question of the date of the report. There is on page, in the same annexure, on page 285, the commissioners are going to see that that is an information note that Gerald Jacobs, I'll say that is a report, if I understand that General Jacobs sent via the office of the National Commissioner to the Minister of Police. And in this report, the person who signed is the acting divisional commissioner, who is Major General Dladla. And this acting divisional commissioner was acting in the position of Jacobs at the time. You'll see that one is dated the 4th of November, in line with the minister's timelines of dealing with the complaint. Remember, the complaint, Mr. of November. And the minister's office asked that the response be provided, the outcome of the investigation be provided to his office on the 4th of November. So this was complied with. The response was provided on the 4th of October, as it was signed by the acting divisional commissioner and confirmed by the acting national commissioner at the time on the 5th of November, which is General Sibia. And it landed in the minister's desk, and the minister endorsed his signature on this document on the 8th of November of the same month. So the date that I'm now talking about of the 30th of July, it's when Jacobs is finishing us with the information that explains what he did back then. So that's why I wanted to make sure that these two dates are not mixed up. The question is, who is General Jacobs? General Jacobs is a divisional commissioner of inspectorate in the South African Police Service. The South African Police Service being an old department of government, back in the days, it was not the culture within government to have auditors. The culture of auditors is new. So an oversight entities that were available at the time within the police was the inspectorate. That was doing an oversight, conducting compliance with policies and directives, standing orders within the police. And the failure thereof will come with consequences. So that's how the division was born. And of course, nowadays, we then adopted the King's report, the recommendations that introduce the audits, and that's why we even have an internal audit in the police that help us to audit the work we do in compliance with both the Act and policies and directives that are issued in the organization. But inspectorate remains within the structure of the police. So that is what General Jacobs is responsible for. So the complaints, when they come into the police, they get directed to the very same structure. So it's basically like in the terms of education, I will say it's I don't know whether the inspectors are still there in education, who goes around different schools and check the compliance. That's what inspectorate does. It's like a school principal that checks on everyone in the police. So that is basically the profile of General Jacobs. The good thing about this advantage we have is that General Jacobs was once a divisional commissioner of crime intelligence. So the complaints that talks about crime intelligence, he's in a better position to even understand what's going on. Besides the fact that he worked there, the inspectorate have access to all the departments, all the divisions in the police. So therefore, he had access to dockets, he has access to intelligence, although limited within crime intelligence in terms of secret fund account, but in general, he has access to many places within the police.
Can I find out, if I understand your testimony correctly, so the function of the inspectorate is to act on complaints received against the police and triggers an interrogation and investigation into the alleged conduct?
That is correct.
And subjects the police to scrutiny, the level of which I guess will be determined by the nature of the complaint.
That is correct.
And you pointed out that, and you state in your statement, that General Jacobs, in his report, indicates that he failed, despite numerous attempts, to engage with Mr. Adams.
That is correct.
Now, I want to turn you to page 280, please, and that is the end, or the conclusion of General Jacobs' report. And to read item 8, which is the conclusion, his conclusion in regard to the complaint.
On his recommendations on this, you said 287. Am I right?
I was reading the report of the 30th of July, an extra MK 15, that is the report from General Jacobs.
Yes.
You have it? It starts at 270.
Yes.
And I referred you to the conclusion that he draws under 8 at page 280.
Okay, the last paragraph on 280 reads, "This office is of the considered view that the process followed to obtain, peruse, and hand over the 7 criminal dockets are above board and conducted without any malice."
Do you know whether there has been any further investigation by the inspectorate regarding the complaints of Mr. Adams beyond this report?
I am not aware of such. Commissioner, I want to, in order not to be confused on this Jacob's letter that we are talking about now, which is reflected from 273 and ending with the paragraph that I just read on 280, which is dated the 30th of July 2025. As you can see, this one ends with Gerald Masimula as a recipient of this report. So this is a report that was recently done as the explanation that Gerald Jacobs was explaining to the National Commissioner with regard to the status of case dockets. So they might have been, I might have put them in the same bundle, but I think it's important for me to differentiate between the two.
Yes.
They're in the same annexure, but the one of Gerald Jacobs and that was investigating the complaint of Mr. Adams, it's a one that starts on number 285 in the same annexure. That one, 285, and it ends with the signature from Inspectorate at 287.
Yes.
Maybe if I may read those recommendations on record on 287.
So the one starting at 285 is the information note.
That this information note is actually the outcome of Jacob's investigation as expected by the minister on the, was supposed to be submitted on the 4th.
Okay, and that is dated, for the record, the 4th of November 2024.
Exactly.
Okay. Deal with
So
it,
the
please.
recommendations on that one, it reads, there are three of them. It says this office recommends that an extension of 10 working days is provided in order for the following to be considered, whereafter a comprehensive report can be provided.
Yes.
Number one, interview the complainant and obtain a detailed affidavit. Number two, perusal of all criminal dockets, including the Vilera case 38 of 8/2022. Determine if any other government department is investigating the same allegations. That is the recommendations from Gerald Jacobs. You'll notice, commissioners, that in paragraph 3.2 on the same letter at number 286, I'm going to read on record this paragraph, if I'm allowed.
Yes, please proceed.
An officer from Division Inspectorate who was in Cape Town on other official business made several attempts to conduct an interview with the complainant, but due to other commitments, the complainant had to cancel the proposed meetings. The complainant indicated that he could travel to Gauteng if required. That is part of what they are indicating as part of them causing the delay, hence they're asking for the extension of time, that they were not able to interview the complainant in this regard. So that is what Jacobs has done. Now, if I go back into what the SC is asking me in relation to the letter 273,
Yes.
up to the end of that letter. This letter is providing an explanation, commissioners, with regard to the incident that occurred as we are investigating, as I said, the issue of what has happened, and we are going backward. And we discover that the dockets open in Cape Town, and these dockets in Cape Town and in Johannesburg are then transferred or taken by Inspectorate. So we wanted to establish how do Inspectorate get hold of these dockets? And then Inspectorate explained we got hold of these dockets because of the complaint from Mr. Adams. That's why we are going backward. Because we started with what is a complaint, the dockets, where do they come from? They come from here. Let's go and check these dockets. We found in those stations the dockets are not there. Where are they? They are taken by Inspectorate. So we're going to Inspectorate. Inspectorate, what's happening with this docket? And Inspectorate then explains that, no, we got hold of these dockets because we're investigating a complaint. And what thereafter happened to this complaint that you're investigating? What happened to these dockets? And then you're going to see another department coming in that while we're in possession of these dockets, investigating the complaint of Mr. Adams, then suddenly IDEC, which is an independent body within the NPA, newly established, comes to Inspectorate to demand the dockets. So this report was explaining that although they took the dockets because of this complaint, but the dockets were eventually taken by IDEC from them. So these dockets ended up with IDEC. But we're going to explain the issue as the SC is trying to lead in terms of putting an evidence of how the sequence of these things has been happening as the picture emerges of answering the question of interference of politicians in the work that we are doing as a police.
Thank you. General, that then would lead you, because you have introduced it already, to paragraph 180 of your statement at page 59.
Yes.
Are you there? And you deal with these issues up to paragraph 185. Once again, if you could just summarize what the complaint is. And this concerns the minister's office in relation to the Mr. Adams.
Commissioners, we are aware that the National Commissioner, through Jared Jacobs, through the Office of the National Commissioner, had responded on the complaint of Mr. Adams and requested those 10 days, of which the minister has acknowledgement of that, although he doesn't comment, and that he does on the 8th of November. On the 11th of November, the minister's office, chief of staff, specifically, Mr. Nkabinde, directed a letter which he signed personally. He directed a letter to IDEC, which is an independent directorate against corruption. And it directs this letter to IDEC in respect of the case dockets that were both open in Cape Town and in Orlando. The copy of the letter is attached and on this statement and marked MK 16.
That's at page 309.
This letter, commissioners will read, and you can see all the case numbers are listed and signed by the Chief of Staff, Mkhwanazi Nkabinde, dated the 11th of November, 2024. This letter claims that the minister's office is submitting this and requesting in terms of section 27 of the NPA Act, Act 32 of 1998. The matter is of a serious nature that involves corruption of the police, and therefore they are inviting IDEC, they are approaching IDEC in terms of section 27 to investigate these cases. It is unclear why the Chief of Staff decided or elected to act on his behalf. He signs it himself, although using the letterhead of the minister, but he's a Chief of Staff. Despite the fact that the minister had acknowledged the report from Inspectorate. Despite the fact that on the 8th, the minister acknowledged the report from the Inspectorate about the same complaint, but the Chief of Staff personally signs this letter, and he invites IDEC to conduct investigation in terms of section 27 complaint.
General, apologies, just so we don't lose each other. MK 16, which is the letter from the Minister's office signed by the Chief of Staff to IDEC, is
Yes.
dated the 11th of November 2024.
Yes.
And your issue is that that letter is dispatched notwithstanding the report provided by the inspectorate to the Minister.
That's correct.
And that report is the one you pointed out to, dated the 4th of November, wherein the Office of General Jacobs sought an extension to investigate.
That's correct.
And that was dated the 4th of November. So technically, the inspectorate has not reported back to the Minister as to the outcome of its investigations regarding this complaint. Thank you.
The 10 days is not even up at that stage.
It's not over. 10 days is not over. I must indicate, Commissioners, that documents ordinarily that comes to the Minister, they go via the Chief of Staff. So the Chief of Staff had, in that document we referred to earlier, from the National Commissioner to the Minister, which is authored by Inspectorate, dated the 4th, the National Commissioners acting, signs on the 5th, and the Minister acknowledged that in the Minister's office, they've acknowledged it on the 5th, on the same day the National Commissioner signed it, or the acting, Jaras Beer, on the 5th, they acknowledged that letter on the stamp that is placed on 285 on top right corner there, as an indication that the Minister's office receives it on the 5th. Although the Minister then, after reading it, he then signs it on the 8th. So the letter is authored the 4th, National Commission signs on the 5th, the Minister's office received on the 5th, the Minister himself acknowledged, signs this document on the 8th. So the request of 10 days has not lapsed, because 2 days later, the 11th, we then see the Chief of Staff writes a letter to IDEC. So he's basically asking IDEC to take this document. I must maybe indicate again, Commissioners, while we are still on this point, that the complaint of Mr. Adams that was sent to the Minister, I said earlier that Mr. Adams sent an email a day after opening a case. He sent an email directly to the Minister, and subsequent to that, other emails were then sent to the Chief of Staff. I would invite the Commissioners to look at Annex 14. These are emails, reference of emails that Mr. Adams forwarded to the office of the Minister of Police.
Apologies. You're correct. It starts at page 265. The actual email is at 266. Is that the email you are looking for?
And on top of that, now this is emails from Mr. Adams. As you can see, I'll just read one of them. The very first one on 266, it is from Sakiana Frenchman, Parliament, and is dated the 1st of November at 8:25 in the morning, 2024. It's addressed to Nkabinde CM at scps.gov.za. That is the Chief of Staff of the Minister. And there are many other emails. And I want to move forward to invite the Commission to look at the same reference on 283.
That's part of an extra MK 15.
Yes.
Yes.
283.
Yes, and it's a series of emails as well.
Yeah, those are the trailing emails. The one on top, which I want to indicate to the Commissioners, that Mr. Nkabinde, who is the Chief of Staff, you'll remember that what I showed you earlier was the email that came from Mr. Adams' office dated the 1st of November around 8 in the morning.
Yes.
At 9:04, the same morning, the chief of staff, on the same date, the chief of staff sent this complaint directly to the office of the National Commissioner. The recipients, the Sibula FM Major General and Letogo GH Brigadier, they are both administrators at the office of the National Commissioner. So this just to show the sequence that the chief of staff received it within an hour on the receipt of the email. He already directed this complaint to the office of the National Commissioner.
I'm looking, sorry to interrupt you, General. I'm looking at the email of 8:25 on the 1st of November 2024. It says in paragraph 2, I was told that the dockets were intercepted. This comes after the dockets have been itemized. And then it refers to another set of dockets. And then it says that the same modus operandi was followed. I'm just trying to place myself, in the place of the recipient of this email. I would have gone back to the sender and said, what on earth are you talking about? To just say, I have learned that the dockets have been intercepted, and then you refer to another set of dockets and you say the same thing was done. What exactly was the interception, by whom, at what point, and when you say the same was done, what exactly is the same? I would, if I was the recipient, I would have gone back to the sender and said, what on earth are you talking about? And asked for some specificity instead of then forwarding this to someone else to respond or to make a follow-up. Looking at this, I'm totally lost as to what Mr. Adams was talking about, or MP Adams was talking about. Do you want to comment on that?
Exactly, Commissioners. It is part of what we uncover as we investigate. All these strange things that are happening, that takes us to us reaching the conclusion. That is part of a bigger plan of things. So these are puzzles that we are trying to put together as we're investigating. Because on the same page, Commissioner 283, you have both emails that are reflected there. The one at the bottom come from Mr. Adams and look specifically at the time. It is 8:21:01 in the morning of the 1st of November 2024. It is directed specifically to the minister himself, not to Nkabinde, this one. The one I referred to earlier was directed to Nkabinde. This one is strictly to Edward Senzo Mkhwanazi, his email address, the minister directly. I said earlier there were other emails that followed thereafter to Nkabinde, but this specific, it went straight to the minister at 8:21 in the morning. On the same day, a couple of minutes later, less than an hour, the chief of staff at 9:04 in the morning, the chief of staff forwarded this complaint to the National Commissioner's office. So I would have expected the very same minister to ask those questions, Commissioner. And because the logic tells you, you open a case the day before and you're complaining today in the morning. So it means overnight there was an interception in your conclusion. I don't think it's a fair process, conclusion that Mr. Adams will have reached. But nonetheless, the minister did not ask Mr. Adams a question, neither the chief of staff. But what's interesting here, Commissioners, is that this email from the chief of staff to the National Commissioner's office reads, and I want to quote it on record. Good morning, Major General Sebola. As I said, Sebola is at the office of the National Commissioner. But the chief of staff says, the ministry has received this complaint from the member of parliament. In order for the ministry to respond accordingly, Please finish this office with a report in responding to this complaint and the details of the investigating officer who was assigned to investigate these cases. Your report is expected on Monday, the 4th of November at 1500 hours. So this is the timelines that are given by the Chief of Staff, who says the ministry. I'd like to believe perhaps the Chief of Staff will have received directive from his boss, which is a minister in this regard. But then we come back into what we're talking about, then becomes strange that after the 4th of November, timeline has been met by inspectorate, although the minister received it on the 5th. The very same Chief of Staff then writes a letter under the minister's signature, heading ministry, cover letter, and he sends this thing to IDEC.
Now, you referenced the report from the inspectorate dated the 4th of November, and we understand from that report that a request for an extension was, there was a request for an extension, correct?
That's correct.
And then you say the Chief of Staff directed a request for investigation to IDEC on the 8th of November.
The 11th.
On the 11th of November, I
11th.
apologize. If I could refer you to Annexure MK15, it's part of that pack. I see there at page 289 a further report, and this is dated the 20th of November 2024. It's signed by General Jacobs PA on his behalf. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
I would like you to, it would appear that this report is in response to the complaint originally received, specifically regarding the Cape Town files and the Orlando files. That's captured at 2.1.1 and 2.1.2. And 2.2, they deal with the inspector deals with the instruction received from the National Commissioner. I would like you to have regard and read into the record the conclusion drawn, point 1.
The 2.2.1 of the information note
Yes.
that is annexed on 289.
That's correct.
2.2.1, you said?
2.2.1.
Yeah, a report was compiled wherein the allegations that there was interference from both the provincial offices were reported to be unfounded.
And this was in relation to the question the chairperson posed to you about what interference was being referenced. And am I reading the document correctly that General Jacobs, by the 20th of November, had concluded that the allegation of interference was unfounded?
That's correct.
Now, just to close on that, if I refer you to, in the same document, to page 290, it's item 3.3, if you could read that into the...
As part of the protocols to address service complaints, an affidavit is obtained from the complainant. Colonel Phillips of this office was tasked to obtain the affidavit. However, after numerous attempts, it seems as if the complainant is evading the request. Please find Colonel Phillips' affidavit as proof hereof.
Now, am I correct in understanding that the conclusion is in part based on the fact that the inspectorate could not obtain an affidavit as required from the complainant to substantiate the claim?
That is correct.
At paragraph 180, you have dealt with this letter already, that the Chief of Staff refers the same complaint to IDEC. Do you know the status of that complaint within IDEC as we speak?
I'm not privy to the status of the complaint since the dockets were taken to IDEC.
Okay.
They operate outside the police.
And there, as far as you know, there have been no engagements. Do you know whether or not there have been any engagements with the police from the affected police stations, which is Cape Town and Orlando, in respect of these case numbers?
What I am privy to, Commissioners, is that Gerald Jacobs' office, after receiving this docket as part of the investigation, they were approached by IDEC requesting that they hand over those case dockets of Gauteng in the main, and Gerald Jacobs refused to hand over the dockets. And they then, IDEC wrote to a head of crime detection in the police, it is Lieutenant General Sentumuli. They wrote to her requesting the dockets. And she then contacted Gerald Jacobs and asked Gerald Jacobs to release the dockets to IDEC. Now, IDEC is led by an individual, and it is an entity of the NPA as a prosecution. The inspectorate, the detective services is led by individuals, which is part of the South African Police Service as a department which is led by the National Commissioner. But the correspondence from the NPA to the police does not include the people in charge of the two entities. It includes the head of IDEC and the head of investigation. So the correspondence between the two and the authority is granted by the police detectives and instructing inspectorate to release the docket, and then dockets were then taken by IDEC. To date, those dockets are sitting with IDEC.
I see in your state.
I'm just surprised that there would have been this much effort, this much laborious activity, all of it stemming from a non-complaint by Adams MP. I mean, with that one-liner in respect of the one category of dockets, and then another one-liner in respect of the second category of dockets, and then there's this much activity and effort. In fact, it just does not make sense that the Inspectorate of Subs should have been required to even give a report. Of course, I'm just expressing a view based purely on the fact that what initiated all of this was a non-complaint. It's totally not substantiated. So what the Chief of Staff, or what he refers to as the ministry, what they should have done was to go back to Adams MP and ask for specificity before all of this laborious activity was then engaged in. Do you want to comment on that, General?
Commissioner, my comment might be to some degree perhaps being biased, because I'm the one that is combing through all what is happening. Perhaps I must indicate to the Commissioner that what led us to able to comb through all this what has transpired is in two phases. One is information I get through my sources within IDEC that there is activities that are happening with IDEC that are not in line with what the purpose of the formation of the entity is. And that there are two structures within IDEC. There's a good structure that deals with the Zondo Commission, and there's another structure that is malicious, that is used as a weapon to further disrupt the criminal justice system operations. So I get that through my sources within IDEC. That's on one. That's how I was able to get this letter. It's not a letter that was given to me on request from the Chief of Staff. No, I got it through the sources. And the Chief of Staff cannot deny it, or the Minister cannot deny it, because it's got his signature, it's a legitimate letter. IDEC has that because they called for the docket informed by this letter, so they can't deny the letter. It's a picture that we started picking up. That is on one side through the information. But secondly, Commissioner, when we see the disruption of the investigation of the Gauteng counterintelligence operations, we then begin to ask ourselves why this is happening. What is much talked about in the media that is not known is the arrest of Gerald Khumalo. So we have this arrest. When this arrest happens, it literally means this project must stop. This investigation of this organized crime must stop immediately because the people are arrested. We start investigating out.
Sorry, what? I hope I've not muted. I hope I've not muted.
No,
you,
you
General.
didn't.
Can we still hear the General, all of us?
Yeah, I can hear
you. At
you.
the back there. Okay. Before you continue, General, I just want to say that, of course, it's early days. My comment about a non-complaint should not be taken as final. I do not know whether the Chief of Staff of the Minister will be called as a witness, nor do I know whether Adams MP will be called as a witness. Maybe the MP will be able to explain why his complaint was indeed a complaint. And also the Chief of Staff may be able to explain why he considered what I've referred to as a non-complaint to be a complaint. So it is early days, but as presently advised, I just see it as a non-complaint. So until and unless it does get explained, to me it looks like a non-complaint at this stage. My co-commissioner wants to say something.
Sure. Thank you. Ms. Silla, maybe I should have asked this some steps back.
Yes.
Just to clarify my confusion. The complaint we are talking about, I just want to make sure we're not speaking at cross purposes. There is a complaint by, as I understand it, there's a complaint by MP Adams, which is about dockets being intercepted.
Yes.
But there's also the substantive complaint, the allegations that he's making about the use of the funds of the task team, about the employment, nepotism, and right? So there are those two different things. So were we speaking?
Except if I may make a correction, no, maybe I may not interject.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep in mind, it's me seeking to be
I
sure
appreciate
that we're having the same conversation when
Yes.
we say that complaint. Which complaint are we all agreed or clear which complaint we're talking about?
Indeed.
So this letter from the Chief of Staff, it lists case numbers, right?
Yes.
This is what is referred to. It says in paragraph 2, the allegations contained therein implicate very senior members of the South African Police Service and are viewed in a serious light. And case dockets were registered as per the following case numbers, and it gives case numbers. Now, it is, as I understand it, after those case numbers, in fact, as it reads, after those case numbers, it says, due to the nature of the allegations made by Honorable Fadil Adams, which is deemed to be quite sensitive and which contains allegations of criminal conduct, misconduct, ID, the investigating director, to consider investigating the same. Now, my reading of this, it seems, is what is being referred to IDEC is what is contained in those case numbers, not the lifting, not the interception of dockets. I don't know if you understand the distinction
I understand.
I'm drawing.
I fully understand.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear that when we say that complaint, what happened to that complaint? Which complaint are we talking about?
Okay.
Thank you.
Perhaps I'll try, based on what the general explained. And perhaps the logical place to start is with the letter of the Chief of Staff, because that letter at page 310,
Perhaps because it's what? Maybe
it's going to take more than a minute.
lunchtime. It is actually 1 o'clock now. Perhaps let's take the lunch
adjournment.
adjournment now, resume at 2 o'clock, and then you may respond to my co-commissioner.
Can I suggest, Ms. Silo, what you may want to do during the...
Please, not yet, please.
May I suggest, Ms. Silo, that perhaps during the break, you may want to look at this and get the witness to clarify his evidence on this issue.
We are ready to clarify. I had understood the witness to clarify, and I intend to deal with it with
Okay.
reference to the documents.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Chair.
So that you want to get someone here to prepare. Advocate Silo, for my benefit,
Yes.
the evidence we have heard for the last hour, how do we link it to the interference of the GCI ops? Because it seems to me that there's a complaint by an MP.
GCI ops.
Yes, it may or may not have merit, but I heard the general said it showed a pattern leading up to, and that's what I wanted clarity
Well,
on.
we will
So-
address it because I think the general, there's a comment he made before he stated that, which is that perhaps he's rushing ahead of himself.
Yes.
So, but we will park it and address both the issues at 2 o'clock when we
So
reconvene.
that you have time to consider
Yes,
it.
no, we will.
May we now adjourn?
sure that we understood the questions, I'll express my understanding of each before I proffer an answer. Commissioner Baloyi wanted to understand when the reports are filed by the inspectorate and the minister's letter to IDEC, whether it's in respect of the complaint that the dockets were being intercepted, or it's in respect of the content of the dockets, which is the basis of the complaint, or it's in respect of both. Okay. If then our understanding is correct, for our answer, we will direct you to Annexure 15, which is what the witness had testified to, and in particular page 289, where that information note starts. Starts at 289. And just for reference, that particular document concludes at page 291, and you will note below the signature the date. That is the report of the 20th of November, 2024. Once again, for context, there had been a previous report of 4th of November, 2024. And the commissioners will recall in that particular report, an extension was requested. So this follows up on that. So I would like to refer the commissioners to page 290 of the bundle, which is the second page of that report. And point to paragraph 3.2. Two nine zero at 3.2. And it states, the affidavits in the dockets are basic and in the opinion of this office lack the elements of crime. So that's addressing the content of the docket. Now, if we go back to page 289, item 2.2.1, it says a report was compiled wherein the allegations that there was interference from both the provincial offices were reported to be unfounded. So that 2.2.1 responds to the, it's not interference, interception, and 3.2 refers to the allegations made in the A1 statement, yes, in each docket. So I trust that answers the question unless another arises therefrom.
No, it's not so much a question arising. I think what I wanted to clarify was you had been discussing with the witness and you asked him the question, where is that complaint now?
Yes.
That kind of question.
Oh.
And he answered and it wasn't clear to me which complaint is he responding to now.
And also just to complete the question, I guess one could also ask, what is it that goes to IDEC?
I'm coming there, and I think it ties in very well to Commissioner Baloyi's question. When I asked where is that complaint, it's in relation to the complaint that was forwarded to IDEC by the Chief of Staff. That is the investigation I was interested in, and the witness explained that he related a story that, or his testimony was, involved General Sintumule and assistance to IDEC to obtain the files that were with the inspectorate so that they transfer to IDEC. And General Sintumule will come and talk about what the challenges were then that required intervention to allow for that process to complete so that IDEC can work on the complaint as it received on the 11th of November. This information note relates only to the work of the inspectorate that was carried out by the inspectorate. So as of the 20th of November 2020, as far as the inspectorate was concerned, there was no basis for a complaint, both as contained in each of the 6 dockets, based on what was provided, the decision by the complainant not to avail themselves to provide further elucidation and the fact that they found no evidence of interception. So both technically were dismissed by. That then left the IDEC complaint. Now, getting to the IDEC complaint, that is the one that is referred on the 11th of November. He deals with it, paragraph 180 of his statement. And the complaint is forwarded to IDEC in terms of section 27 of the NPA Act 32 of 1998. And the section 27 reads, if any person has reasonable grounds to suspect that a specified offense has been or is being committed, or that an attempt has been or is being made to commit such an offense, he or she may report the matter in question to the head of investigating directorate by means of an affidavit or affirmed declaration specifying A, the nature of the suspicion, B, the grounds on which the suspicion is based, and C, all other relevant information known to the declarant. So when the Chief of Staff issues that letter, he invokes Section 27. And Section 27 is intended to trigger the investigative process by IDEC into the commission of an offense. So now the color is slightly different because it implies some level of criminality. It is that process that I was inquiring as to the status thereof.
And you've just referred to an affidavit. This is a letter, not an affidavit.
And indeed, that letter is wholly non-compliant with the very sections 27 that it purports to invoke. This leads me to the question posed by Commissioner Khumalo regarding, if I did not misunderstand him, regarding General Khumalo, if I'd understood well.
Can I maybe rephrase my question?
Yes.
So there is this complaint by MP Adams, and there is this intervention or decision by the Chief of Staff of the Minister's Office. And I read those with the conclusion in paragraph 184 of the statement, of General Mkhwanazi's statement.
Yes.
And what I was struggling to follow was whether it was being made that the Chief of Staff and MP Adams were collaborating to frustrate investigations of the GCI ops, or what is it that the General says they are collaborating to achieve? I'm just missing that from paragraph 184 of the statement.
From the testimony of the witness, and again, with reference to the documents, we start with the letter of the Chief of Staff,
Yes.
which arises from a complaint that arrived by email in the Minister's office. That email did not attach the dockets. So the Chief of Staff does not know the nature of the complaints in the dockets. That becomes, only the inspectorate has view of that when it looks into the actual dockets. So the only basis on which the Chief of Staff would be referring this matter to IDEC is that he suspects or there's a complaint of interception. We will run ahead a bit, but before we do so, I go back to page 290. Remembering what
Sorry to interrupt you. Looking at the paragraph that starts due to the nature, page 310.
310.
Yes. On my understanding, that's the referral to IDEC. So when you look at that paragraph, due to the nature of the allegations, and if you read that in the context of what comes before, it seems to me that it's not the interception now that the Chief of Staff is talking about, but rather the complaints in the dockets themselves.
Indeed, and I wish to engage with that, because there is no document that would support a conclusion by the Chief of Staff, to that extent. And the reason being, timeline is important. The complaint by Mr. Adams is made on the 1st of November. It is then immediately referred, as received, to the National Commissioner for on forwarding to the Inspectorate. In that email, there is nothing about the content of the complaint in the dockets. So the Chief of Staff doesn't know. The only complaint that the Chief of Staff receives is the interception of the Cape Town dockets, and what he says seems to be happening once again with the Gauteng. So it's the conduct of the police in intercepting these dockets.
Why do we say that?
Because it's in the wording of the email. When one looks at the email, what we have attached are the actual emails that were forwarded to the office of the minister. And that starts at page 266, 266. And that email at 266 speaks to the two sets of dockets, speaks to I was told the dockets were intercepted, and at 4 it says, I have been notified that the Gauteng Police Department had followed the same modus operandi. That is what gets referred to the Inspectorate. The only issue that goes beyond the interception is at page 268. And at 268, again, it's an email to Mr. Nkabinde of the 10th of November, the subsequent one. And it reads, we hereby request that an independent officer or body be appointed, as we are concerned that General Masemola may have erred in his statement that the allegations pertaining to Major General Khumalo's security clearance. In this case, the National Commissioner has misled the nation, which in our view is a very serious issue. So now this is a complaint against General Masemola. The dockets themselves, the 6 of them, relate to a complaint about General Khumalo. And hence the conclusion that even as at the 10th of November, the Chief of Staff did not have knowledge on the content of the actual dockets themselves, and therefore the nature of the complaint in there must be correct. And we say that our interpretation has to be correct regard being had to how he phrases the referrals to IDEC.
You may continue with your response to my co-commissioner, Commissioner Khumalo.
To do that, I will have to perhaps once again back to page 290, and that's an extra MK15. Is that information note from the Inspectorate, which we say dismiss the two complaints. At item 3, under discussion. It says the criminal allegations in the 6 cases which were opened are leveled against Lieutenant General Khumalo, Major General Lushaba, Major General Madondo, and Brigadier Ncube, and are centered on 4 specific matters. You recall when we were looking at the email of the 10th, it was about General Masemula's conduct, and that's not part of this investigation. And these are centered on 4 specific matters, namely abuse of the Secret Service account, cover-up of a criminal incident linked to Valera case, failure to address Major General Madondo's result of the polygraph examination, and practices of nepotism. Then we have to jump ahead. I don't want to testify on behalf of the witness to point Commissioner Khumalo to page 96 of the witness statement. From paragraphs 3 to 5. All right. Now, that deals with the arrest of General Khumalo subsequently, arising from a case of, quote, at best, nepotism. Criminal charges are laid against him, that's in there, and he is arrested. He is now on bail. So when the witness said in his statement that they follow patterns, this is the pattern that they are speaking to, and I'm going to hand over to him now to explain the pattern issue. But before I do so, I would like to draw your attention to a qualifier he put forward before dealing with specific allegations. And that's at 158. And it states, I request that each of the facts I articulate below be taken into proper context, being the developing pattern of cartel infiltration of policing and the criminal justice system in general in the country that is being established by available intelligence. Each fact on its own may admittedly not be conclusive, but I submit that in the context provided, each supports, at the very least, a call for further and deeper interrogations and investigations. So as the various pieces come together, appreciation of the facts that he's testifying to now, because they are part of what he contends, or they contend, the police, is a developing pattern.
But if you had not reached the part that you say you are going to direct the witness to, I prefer that you should not jump there.
Okay.
Get back to where you were and just go on with the...
Okay, then we will flag it when we get to that part.
Yes.
I will make sure that the witness deals, connects what is now at page 96 back to this conversation to conclude the point. Thank you, Chair.
You.
I'll approach it that way. In light of the answers provided, I don't want us to rehash. I just want to make sure that the witness had not completed the point that he sought to make, insofar as the complaint to Inspectorate and IDEC are concerned. General, therefore, to test my understanding, and please listen carefully, and I will pick up on what the chair said, and I do so quite mindful of the fact that the chair did qualify his comment to say it's early days, with reference to quote-unquote and non-complaint. So I want to inquire from the witness the nature of the actual complaint insofar as what we've been discussing is concerned. We know that Mr. Adams' complaint, or non-complaint, however it can be defined, triggered 2 separate investigative processes into the conduct of the police. Is that your case? That is correct. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
Commissioner, when as we investigate, as I said before, that we get an evidence of something and we try and connect this with something else, and we start seeing a different picture. Mr. Adam, despite the fact that he leveled these complaints against these individuals at crime intelligence, on the 29th and the 31st of October, respectively, in two different police stations, two different provinces. The following day, then he sends a complaint to the minister. The outcome of that complaint seems to not resolve or address what they want to achieve, or what he wants to achieve. In that, the National Commissioner's Office, the inspectorate in the police through the National Commissioner's Office is asking for additional, number of days, which is another 10 days. The minister receives this and he acknowledged this on the 8th of November. 2 days later, Mr. Adams sends another email, now with a different content, same complaint, but now he believes this time around he's talking to what the National Commission has done, but yet he has not been able to engage with the inspectorate. So I don't know how is he privy to the National Commission's report that is directed to the minister. But he seems to address, now he is including the National Commission now, that the National Commission himself is wrong with regard to how he's handling the vetting issue of Khumalo and so forth. And this email, he sends it to the minister on the 10th. That is 2 days later after the minister signs the acknowledgement of the extension of 10 days. He sends another email on the 10th to the minister. He's now asking the minister to refer this to a different body to investigate. So that's how I think what then triggers the invitation of IDEC, or the justification of saying, Mr. Adams, your complaint is unfounded for now. But in order not to wait, send me something else, or the making allegations on this, so that we can move this thing outside the police. So that's the only conclusion that one can draw from looking at the pattern, that the inspectorate is trying to engage you, you are not availing yourself, they produce a report, the minister receives it on the 8th, on the 10th, you are now sending an email talking about almost the same report that you did not participate on. You are now blaming the National Commission because this report comes from the National Commission. And we are now requesting that another body be invited to take over these dockets. That's what we see as a behavior that Adams is doing, and also the office of the minister. Commissioners, maybe if I also take you back a bit, my apologies that when inspectorate conduct this investigation, General Jacobs, besides having the expertise within inspectorate to be able to read the case dockets, because they are detectives themselves within, they are qualified, but he refers this complaint to legal services of the South African Police Service in order to get their opinion from an independent body that is legal services, who are people that are admitted advocates that are sitting in that division. The inspectorate wrote back to legal services, wrote back to inspectorate on the same complaint, and you'll see it on the annexure 293.
Page 293.
On page 293, I beg your pardon. On same annexure 15.
Yes.
This is the letter from inspectorate that is written, from legal services, that is signed by Lieutenant General Thamane, who's a divisional commissioner of legal services. And if you look at the last page, 296, on different paragraphs, maybe I'll just read one on record. Paragraph 9 says, as indicated above, this is the response of legal services to having studied the dockets. And they are responding to inspectorate, giving advice, legal advice to inspectorate with regard to this complaint. They are saying, as indicated above, at the complainant statements, all the complainant statements consist of hearsay evidence, which is unadmissible in court. The identity of witnesses who may have personal knowledge of the allegations are also not mentioned in the statement. This information is critical to ensure a proper investigation. There's just one quotation of what the legal services is saying.
And perhaps you might want then, on that vein, to continue to point 11.
2.11 reads, Commissioners, whilst the allegations made by the complainant are serious in nature, they are unsubstantiated at this stage. The complainant's statement can be described as vague in accusation rather than account of factual details that fall within the complainant's personal knowledge. So this is what I thought, let me just reflect on, that Inspectorate, in reaching the conclusion on their letter to say there's no basis, there's no element of crime on this complaint that warrants even the registration of the docket, but nonetheless, the dockets were registered. So coming back into this, Commissioner, what I want to also draw attention is that in my statement on page 58, number 17174.3 on my statement.
Paragraph 174.3, right?
Yes.
Yes.
On this page, I'm just indicating the complaints that Mr. Adams have put on his statement when he registered these dockets. And one of those complaints that I want to draw the attention of the commissioners on is 17.3, which reads, the third case concerned the appointment of Ms. Mukwele as head of the Technical Support Service at Crime Intelligence. This is an individual that was appointed at Crime Intelligence, which formed the basis of one of the cases registered both in Cape Town and in Orlando. I must indicate, Commissioners, that of all the complaints that were presented on all these dockets given to IDEC, the only arrest of that entire team is based on this Ms. Mukwele that was appointed from BMW coming to Crime Intelligence. It is based on that. It is not about this case of Adams, but it is about a new case that was later registered. The complainant, the very same Mr. Adams, on a different statements that he now deposited to IDEC in January of 2025, not part to these ones of October. Same facts on this, and these dockets are with IDEC, but the arrest is effected on a new complaint by Mr. Adams, now specifically to this person. So it is why we are saying this is a strategy employed to make sure, Special Commissioner Khumalo, that as I kept on referencing, there's one central figure here, or there's one problem that needs to be fixed. And this problem is to stop the investigation of this drug cartel. And that is in Gauteng province. And the common person in this thing, it's Khumalo in the center.
My question has been answered now.
It has been
That's
answered.
really what I wanted to get to.
Then just to say, we will come back to that. You had the witness speak to new information, new affidavit. Those relate to the matters that are dealt with at page 96, when we specifically deal with what is termed the General Khumalo case.
Can I
Yes,
just confirm? General, you say 174.3 is the basis on which General Khumalo was arrested. Is it the only charge that he's facing presently? I mean, it's a matter of public knowledge that there are criminal proceedings. Is that the only charge?
Commissioner,
Before he answers, General, if I may, because I fear the witness might misunderstand as to, is it the only charge? Because the charge sheet may contain a number of charges. I understand the Commissioner to want to know whether the charges for which, the charges leveled against him arise from that one incident.
Yes.
As opposed to it there being only one charge.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, and I just need a yes or no answer. You don't have to give me detail of what it is.
the answer is yes. This forms the basis of the arrest of General Khumalo and the team at Crime Intelligence by IDEC, if I may qualify.
Thank you, Mr.
thank you, General. Okay, now to find my place again. General, I think that in large part has dealt with your complaint as regards the conduct of Mr. Adams. You, beyond that, then move to another issue from paragraph 186, and this relates to what you say is the conduct of Ms. Kola Barnard as a member of parliament. And you have attached, or you have reproduced a start of a statement. In dealing with that particular complaint, please have regard to the question that the chair had posed at the beginning of your evidence about Mr. Adams, or no, I think it was Commissioner Baloyi, which is the relevance of this evidence, this complaint, to the terms of reference. So you deal with your complaint regarding Ms. Barnard, but please try and locate it to the extent that you can in its proper context.
Not that I'm claiming credit, I raised that question.
Oh, I do. The chair definitely raised it. Yes. If you are able to, if you are not, and you explain it away as part of the pattern that you reference, then we will deal with it in due course.
Actually, in my marginal comments on my statement, I have the same question in respect of this MP as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I've preempted the chairperson's question, asking the same question twice. So, yes, it's in that context that I would like you to summarize what your complaint is and how you suggest that it is relevant to the Commission's terms of reference.
Commissioners, Ms. Kola Barnard is a long-serving member of Parliament. Maybe you might, beg your pardon, Ms. Kola Barnard, maybe you might excuse to some degree, not that I agree with it, Mr. Adams, of being new in that Parliament. But Ms. Kola Barnard is a veteran in Parliament as a lawmaker who ought to understand what belongs where in Parliament. And I can confirm, Commissioners, that she is appointed by her own political party, which is a Democratic Alliance, to be a member of both the Portfolio Committee on Police that deals with the open account, as well as being a member of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, which deals with the covert farms. So she's better positioned to call the department to come in account at the right platform. But we have seen, and I said when I started, I'm going to throw one example of each. I'm not going to go into details with many. There are many examples. But she's one of the leaders in our legislature that is participating in both breaking the law as well as fueling these malicious attacks that are happening within crime intelligence, and ultimately directed at Khumalo as the head of that intelligence. I said she is a member of Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. So what I put here on as an example on page 61 under paragraph 186 is a statement that she released in her capacity as a member of the Democratic Alliance, which I'm going to call these two paragraphs, Commissioners, on record. The Democratic Alliance is calling for an immediate and thorough investigation into the recent purchase of a multi-million rand commercial property by the Crime Intelligence Division of the South African Police Service in Bria in Durban. The second paragraph, this purchase, approved by high-ranking officials within crime intelligence, raises serious concern due to the vast amount of taxpayers' money involved, especially as it follows a previous highly questionable property acquisition in Pretoria to the tune of 22.7 million rand, a matter that the Inspector General of Intelligence confirmed is now being investigated. The full statement is available on internet. You can go and throw it. It comes from Ms. Cora Barnett. Now, she's introducing an Inspector General. We know, and we're going to demonstrate that later, that the intelligence community, they operate separately from a normal account. There are 3 entities established in the country. One is within defense, another one is state security, the third one is crime intelligence. And both of them are supervised by the Inspector General of Intelligence. And that is the only individual that has got access to all the classified and the work that they do at crime intelligence. And whatever reports this Inspector General of Intelligence discover must communicate with the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. Later in our presentation, Commissioners, I will demonstrate in some of the incidents that happen at crime intelligence that involve the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence being used by politicians, which I had an experience on as I read my portfolio, my profile, the experience I had when I was the acting National Commissioner at the time. We will indicate that because in trying to address the issues at crime intelligence and the political involvement, back in 2011, I deposited an affidavit at the Zondo Commission. That affidavit is available. Unfortunately, I was never invited to come and testify at the Zondo Commission. So the patterns that were there, the modus operandi of how they are dealing with things at crime intelligence, back then, it still exists today. So what we see here is a person who has a legal obligation to keep the mouth shut and go to the Joint Standing Committee and present and ventilate on this and hold the Divisional Commission accountable. But she does not use that platform. She goes publicly and discloses this. The risk of this, Commissioners, is that it forces the members that are within crime intelligence in the public space to defend themselves by divulging all the secrets of the states that they are aware of, the irregularities within crime intelligence that ranges from the police to the political parties, which the members are not supposed to according to their vetting and their classification of that information. The platform they have to vent that is within the Inspector General of Intelligence and Parliament, Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. So that's why a provincial commissioner like myself, General Mkhwanazi, I'm not invited to that Joint Standing Committee because I've got no business with that budget. It is the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence that has an access to the Joint Standing Committee to go and account because he's the one that is classified to be there and deal with the matter. So we demonstrate here that the Ms. Cora Barnett have acted. And the Inspector General of Intelligence, we have evidence of that he's part of the instrument of investigating the things or counter-investigation of the things that the team are doing within intelligence. So that's what I thought maybe I must bring forward without going more into details. As I said earlier, these are some of the things that J.R. Kumar is going to come here and is going to elaborate more of what actually is contained on this Gauteng counterintelligence investigation, who is involved, and how the counter, what is the role that the Inspector General of Intelligence is playing in trying to frustrate this project. And we know in public, it's public knowledge, that the very same Inspector General of Intelligence have signed MOUs with entities outside that intelligence structure. Okay. One of them is IPIT, which is within the police, as an example. So, but we'll demonstrate that, Commissioners, because what we're trying to show here and tell the South Africans is that the whole intention is to stop the investigation of this cartel and the operations of this cartel. And all the efforts that we are seeing as we are presenting this today is that there is a concerted effort of making sure that Khumalo and whoever he works with are frustrated in making this to and in court. And different approaches are being applied, as we're going to be demonstrating as we are continuing with this testimony today.
So you are suggesting for the moment that that issue be flagged, the complaint regarding that particular MP be flagged, and that General Khumalo will testify more as regards the issue you highlight here. Is that your testimony?
That's exactly. Simple because there's a secret fund account mentioned here, there's Inspector General of Intelligence mentioned here. That is not much of my space, so that's why Khumalo will come and testify on this in details, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. So those were the two complaints you leveled against the politicians in Parliament.
That's correct.
Now, from page 61, we now concentrate on the executive, and you start that conversation at paragraph 187, all the way to paragraph 213. So let's take it in bite sizes. And we start at paragraph 187. You may read some aspects of it into the record, or you may speak to it as is most comfortable for you.
Commissioners, I had said previously when EWN Media asked me questions, I conducted an interview in my office, and I repeated again in Parliament on the 5th of March, and I repeated the same thing on the 6th of July this year, that there is a gentleman, Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, who is an associate of the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mkhunu. I spoke about Brown Mkhwanazi as an associate of Senzo Mkhunu, Minister Senzo Mkhunu, simple because what confirmed that is that when I received a WhatsApp communication from a number that I do not know, with the information that we're going to talk about later on the statement, it made me ask a question because the person who's communicating with me seems to suggest that he is close to the minister, he is with the minister. But for me to confirm that, I had to first engage the person that I said earlier, I knew very well, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabende. I called him to confirm this fellow, whether does he know a person called Brown Mkhwanazi.
General, if I may, and I'm
Yes.
sorry I do apologize for having to interject. Perhaps if we follow the narrative as you set out in the statement, paragraph by paragraph, summarize, because you have set out the steps with reference to when what event occurred and culminating in your conclusion, lest we lose the commissioners, if that's
Yeah.
workable with you,
Yeah.
if you may.
No, Commissioners, I was just introducing Brown Mkhwanazi, that there is this gentleman who made contact with me, and the Chief of Staff confirmed that this person is a close associate with the minister. So that's how I got a confirmation, also with the exchange of messages between me and the Chief of Staff. So that's when I got to be comfortable that this person is speaking because he knows things that are happening at the office of the minister. When Commissioners, on the same paragraph 187, but second page 62, I had raised issues because upon further engagement, and I discovered that this Brown Mkhwanazi is linked to the underworld figures, people that are subject to investigation that are involved in criminality within the country. And this person is close to the minister. So when we appeared before the portfolio committee and I mentioned this Brown Mkhwanazi, the minister on the record in Parliament, he denied knowing this person on record. But later, in a private conversation that the minister had on the 30th of March, he acknowledged that he knows this person as his comrade. Commissioners, I'm not good in English, I don't know what's the definition of comrade and what's the definition of associate. I use the word associate, and they deny the associate, but they confirm a comrade. I'm not an associate, but I'm a comrade. So,
And this was a private conversation between whom?
between the minister and one lady, okay. That's a conversation that, fortunately, that lady recorded the conversation. It was a telephone conversation between them.
And if I may, General, I know you're getting there, but so the chairperson has posed the question. Is that conversation? I apologize. I switch it off because the paper tends to make noise. To the chair, we will get to that point, but perhaps the chair might want to make a note that recording that the general references is dealt with at paragraph 201 of his statement, and that's where the detail of that recording is provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner, the communication between me and this Mr. Mkhwanazi started on the 30th of September 2024. This is when I had received a WhatsApp message from Mr. Mkhwanazi, where in his own writing, in that WhatsApp message, he was warning me in a way of saying that there is attempts of discrediting me by means of a case of the allegations of the defeating the end of justice case that was going to be registered in relation to an incident that had happened in KZN at Correctional Services at Timpangeni.
General, if I may, I know that in the next succeeding I do apologize. I hope I tend to bump into it, so it makes noise, but I'll keep it on. From here on, you deal with a series of communication, and you only attach the actual communication at the end of your narrative. May I request, as you walk through the commissioners through what you say here, that perhaps we invite them to your annexure MK17, and you read both what you state in your statement in relation to any single event with reference to any part of MK17. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, as I said, the communication started on the 30th of September when Mr. Mkhwanazi made his allegations. Now, obviously, I don't know where he got my number from, but he made contact with me, cell phone contact.
Sorry, is it the one on page 315?
313, that's where it
WhatsApp you're referring
starts,
to?
Commissioners. It starts from 313, 313, 314, and it runs up until I think the entire annexure, Commissioner, which ends at 320.
I'm trying to identify the very first communication. Just look at page 315.
Yes,
Is
Commissioner.
that the very first WhatsApp you received from
Yeah,
Mr.
that's the first one, yeah. I'm sorry with the order, because it got dates. Yes, it's on 315, that's correct. So as you can see, the first wording says, "My General, Mkhwanazi from Northwest." And then the communication, I think, continues. Yeah, the pages are not aligned correctly, Commissioners, because the next one, it becomes 313, which is then a continuation of 315.
Did you
May I make this request, please?
Yes.
Please rearrange these pages.
Absolutely.
And you will, of course, then have to
change the numbering as
attend
well.
to the numbering as well.
Definitely, and we intend to do so. May I, for the purposes of this current conversation, accept that the communication starts at 315?
Yes.
If you look at the bottom of 315, it's a snapshot of
Report.
no, not a report, occurrence book,
Oh,
which then is reflected at page 313. 313 ought to have followed 315. If you could just bear in mind, right? So it will be what you have 315 as the first, 313 would be the second, and then it follows sequentially. Somewhere in the copying, we will correct it, Chair. Thank you.
thank you, thank you.
Commissioner, as you see on those attachments there, what I want to indicate is that, as I started, that I needed to confirm this person, which Chief of Staff confirmed, and later I got his number checked officially so, and it was confirmed it's a number that is registered on the record under his name. So there is no question mark as to his identity as an individual that exists in this country. So, Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, without maybe following all the paragraph, commissioners, his first, as you have indicated, on attachment 315, he start by first sending me a message about the basis for this attempt to open a case against me. And he attaches a copy or a screenshot of a police register at the police station at Mpangeni. He had said he's from Northwest, but he sends me a copy of the occurrence book of Mpangeni SAPS. That's a police station that is serving the Minister of Police. It's literally less than 5 kilometers away from the minister's house. I received this thing. I'm already told it's close to the minister. That's why I'm linking the minister to it. He sends me this OB, and I'm asking myself, I wonder, how does he get hold of a copy of an OB entry? But nonetheless, he sends me the copy of the OB entry. But he also sends me a draft letter that was not signed. The letter that is not signed has the similar content. Unfortunately, Commissioner, we did not print it, but it is that which is referred to on 313 KZN factual report. That is the draft letter. It's a letter, a police letter, that has got the details of an officer that was in charge on that scene on the day of an incident that happened at Correctional Services. But that officer did not sign that letter. It's a letter that is drafted but without a signature. So he attached it on WhatsApp.
Before you proceed, just for the record, that letter was not provided for the purposes of your statement. It is what is attached as per these messages under KZN factual report. But the actual document itself is not provided to us, so we don't know the contents. Am I correct?
Well, because it was attached, I had opened it. I cannot remember if I saved that letter separately. I'll just have to check on the record. Because I did a screenshot of the conversation between me and him before they were deleted.
So we will check and see if you can still.
I'll check
obtain
on
a
my
copy.
record. Probably I will have the copy of the letter.
Thank you, General.
Commissioners, this is the first communication he has with me. And I then responded to him, as you see there on 315. On his initial letter, when I asked him what was he talking about, then he sends me this communication. But I gave him a response on that communication. And my response was to him that I am aware of the incident. I was involved in that incident. I'm the one that guided the leader of that team of how to handle that case. The content of the occurrence book and the content of the factual report that was attached is a true reflection of my guidance to him. And I explained to him what actually transpired at this correctional facility on the day.
Please refer me to the relevant page. That would be 3.1 what? Your response to him. Because, yeah, the sequence is confusing as was indicated earlier.
Commissioner, I'm going to have to align these attachments here because I think, yeah, indeed they are confusing. If the Commissioner agree, allow me.
Can't we take a 3 or 5 minutes, and then you just rearrange this?
We just rearrange and we'll renumber.
Because, for example, I'm looking, that was a State House, blah, blah, and I have no idea
We shall do so. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
how that.
Not unless Commissioner wants to break, but it doesn't take me long to get to the right page on my response. It's just the sequence of them because I know them.
That's why I was asking you to take me to the relevant page because I didn't see where your response is, for example. General
318.
318. Is that, so is it your response that starts, that was a State House which is within DCS premises?
That's correct.
Does your response start exactly there?
Commissioner, I don't think it starts there. It could be that maybe not all the attachments that we put in.
Does it start at the bottom of 319? I know that matter very well, which was an illegal operation that was conducted at the premises of a high-ranking DCS officer without a search warrant. That was a State House, which, is that how it flows?
That is correct. That's
Chair,
correct, Commissioner. Maybe we should take that break, then we can align.
Let's take the
can align
opportunity
this.
granted, right? Thank you.
Let us, indicate we'll stand somewhere here.
We shall. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We have rearranged your files in the order that they follow, based on the timestamps. Please, for the moment, ignore the pagination at the top right. We shall replace the pages accordingly. So as things stand, because of the pagination, we can't risk them falling because they get all mixed up again. So both the general and us have got the same order as has been corrected in your files. So perhaps the proper place to start is with the question that Commissioner Khumalo had posed, which is the start of this communication chain. So, General, what we now know to be the start, as rearranged in your file, starts with the date of the 30th of September.
Commissioners, I must first apologize, Senior Counsel, I must also apologize to you because what I notice is that, Commissioners, or what I have as a screenshot of the conversation between me and Mr. Brown, I did not print everything. Even after the rearrangement, there are some missing 2 or 3.
No, I'll share with Commissioner Khumalo. Mine is still wrong. Doesn't matter. Let's go on.
The Secretary. You can do it for
So, sorry, General. Yeah, we can continue. We will share.
Thank you, Chair. Quite distressing, but I do apologize. So General, you say the pack as you provided us is missing some.
That is correct, Commissioners. There's at least 1, 2, 3, and 4 pages I should have made, which is a continuation of communication between me and Mr. Brown. It might have cut off in October and it started again in April, and again, the last one being a telecommunication on the 3rd of July, just before the press briefing.
Okay. May I propose, if it might work, because then it means we still have to get the copies from you.
That's correct.
We still have to update the files. Perhaps we leave the issue of Mr. Mkhwanazi in its entirety for now, because it hangs on the communication that was had.
No, we can share. Let's go ahead.
No. The point the General makes is even rearranged.
Okay.
He didn't give us everything. So there's some communication that is missing from the packs that we all have. Now the question is whether or not his evidence will follow sequentially when he has what he has on the screen that we don't have on the file. So I was suggesting that because he's dealing with different people, that we perhaps file the Mr. Mkhwanazi issue till tomorrow morning, and overnight we correct this, but then we deal with the next one.
Thank you.
Would that disrupt the flow of your testimony, Mr. Mkhwanazi?
It's been a long day.
Apologies, Chair, and apologies to Mr. Mkhwanazi. Apologies, General, for calling you by wrong name. But I think the Chair, you had confirmed that we can park this issue.
Yes.
We will revert to it tomorrow.
Yes.
And mine was to check whether that would work with General Mkhwanazi, if we did as I proposed, General. So, and if you agree with me, that then would lead us to page 75 under political interference. Would it be okay if we jumped this part regarding Mr. Mkhwanazi and we update all your communication with him? We will come deal with it first thing in the morning, but in the meantime, we can move on to deal with the next person.
No, I'm okay with that, Commissioners.
Oh, actually, I'm informed, I jumped some. We deal with law enforcement at 68. I was ahead of myself. We deal with Mr. Mkhwanazi, if you recall, General, in the context of dealing with the executive. You start that part at page 61, paragraph 187, where you deal with Minister Mkhunu. You then lead on to your WhatsApp conversations with Mr. Mkhwanazi. And I'm saying that entire conversation we park for today, and we move on to your next issue, which is now dealing with law enforcement agencies, starting from page 68, and we will come back to the issue of Mr. Mkhwanazi tomorrow. Would that work?
That's correct.
Okay. Chair, thank you for that indulgence. We will obtain the further documents from the General and update your files accordingly. Thank you. General, then let's turn to page 68 of your statement. And from page 68 to page 75, you deal with law enforcement agencies. And you reference 2 instances under that heading. In the order that you have dealt with them, could you please engage with the issues, starting from paragraph 214?
Commissioners, as I said when I started yesterday, what I will present before this commission, it's an information that I have a personal knowledge of, which in the main was the political killings task team that I've already addressed. And some of the things I'm going to be presenting here, it's an information that was presented to me by the different disciplines in the police as they are engaging on the work that they do. Some of that information is what you're going to begin to see here, which information that will be confirmed by the very same people that were briefing me when they come before this commission with that evidence. For instance, I will talk about a report that is available, which I have seen, but I might not display it here. They are going to come with that report and show it to the commission, if that is okay. I just want to make sure the commission understand, so that as when I talk, it mustn't be the question of where is the evidence of this you're talking about. It could be the information that I'm told during the course of work, as in my capacity as a senior officer. Mind you, commissioners, that the 10 members that are members of the political killings task team are still in Gauteng, part of GCI Ops. And I am having this conversation with the leader of this GCI Ops, Jaro Kumar, in order to get status in terms of the duration of this operation. And that's when I'm getting the extent of the work that they have before them that they must still do in Gauteng. So one of those, as we are indicating how this criminality or the syndicates are operating, getting the individuals that are within the political setup as well as business that we're going to talk about later, maybe tomorrow. And there's also police officers that are part of this, or law enforcement officers. I might not talk about many examples that are out there. There are many cases. I'm going to cite few. So one of them is this, what is sitting at 214, where I was indicating that the Mr. Matlala, Ket Matlala, Vusmus Ket Matlala, is one fellow that has been enjoying too much privilege from the law enforcement. And the typical example is that one of, or at least few of his vehicles, not talking about the number, but it's a couple of them, 4 or 5, the number will be confirmed through the report. His personal vehicles were registered by the Deputy Chief of Police at Guruleni, that is Major General Mkhwanazi. He facilitated the registration of these Mr. Mahlala's vehicles under the municipality as if they are municipality official vehicles, utilizing the funds from the municipality of Ekurhuleni. So the vehicles on record, when you test them on the system, they reflect as if they belong to municipality. It did not end there, commissioners. He took these vehicles and he caused the municipality to take the blue lights that belongs to municipality. The blue lights are supposed to be for the law enforcement vehicles within municipality, and he fitted those blue lights in these vehicles. And these vehicles were then given to Mr. Ket Mahlala. I must indicate, in terms of the Traffic Act, the only authorized bodies to be able to drive with blue light on the streets are law enforcement, which would include SAPS, the Metro Police, Traffic Police, as well as the military police of the defense. They are the only one authorized by law to make use of these blue lights. And even the utilization of the blue light is somehow regulated, that you cannot just willy-nilly use a blue light. So it's an emergency light, it's a warning light. But this was not only done by Mahlala privately to the service provider, but it was done by law enforcement of Ekurhuleni. And to confirm this, there is a report that is available, because this complaint comes from the chief of this municipality. When he registered the complaint against this, told, according to his words, he was suspended because the principal at municipality did not want him to pursue this investigation against his junior. So he provided this information, and he brought this to the attention of his executive in municipality, city manager. It will appear that not much was done to the person that was responsible for this, despite the fact that the law was broken. So that's what I thought I must just indicate, covering mass lights starting from 214 up until the next page, where I'm indicating that the complaint from the chief of Metro Police at Ekurhuleni ended with IPID, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, that are charged with the responsibility of investigating the criminality that is caused by the police in the line of their work. The IPID conducted this investigation, and there's a report that the IPID produced to Ekurhuleni, a report that makes recommendations to the executive of Ekurhuleni for them to take action against this Major General Mkhwanazi, who is the deputy chief responsible for operations at Ekurhuleni.
That I think deals with
That deals with
the issue of Ekurhuleni and the blue lights.
Yes,
right.
and that up to 219.
Then you introduce a new
on my statement.
issue there, starting from paragraph 220.
Yes. I must indicate, commissioners, that that report of IPID is classified. So part of it will need to be declassified so that the commissioner will have an insight on it.
And before then you move on, all the declassified documents that have been identified in the witness statements have been listed, and we are seeking the declassification thereof. And as soon as that is obtained, we shall make available then these supporting IPID reports. Thank you.
On paragraph 220, onward, commissioners, I wanted to draw your attention to, or demonstrate before this commission, that there is other involvement of police officers. An example that I'm putting here is one police officer from Johannesburg Metro. This police officer is a very close associate of the arrested Mr. Kati Somolefe. On the 5th of February, 2025, this Metro Police officer, Johannes Mahatle, who works at JMPD, he deposited a statement an affidavit during the investigation that was conducted by GCI Ops following the arrest of Mr. Molefe, which happened on the 6th of December last year. So this is him explaining in his own affidavit that he deposited. The reason for the team to approach him and ask him to deposit an affidavit is because of his presence during the arrest and the role that he played on that day. I'm going to quote on what he says on his affidavit, Commissioner, on page 70-222 on my statement. In this affidavit, Officer Mkhwanazi states that he became acquainted with Warrant Officer Michael Puletau, a former member of the South African Police Detective Branch, Johannesburg Central, who is an accused with Mr. Molefe in the Vereeniging murder case of Mr. Swart as a fellow police officer during 2008. So it is him who's admitting that he's close friends with both of the suspects. Through him, that is the detective, he was introduced to Mr. Katiso Molefe, with whom he struck a close relationship over time, and they established direct contact. He says, I understand that Warrant Officer Tau resigned from the service after he was arrested and charged for murder of Mr. Swart. What he stated under oath, Commissioners, is that on the 6th of December, the day where Mr. Molefe was arrested, he reported on duty, and while he's on duty, he received a phone call from Mr. Molefe, who was complaining about a suspicious vehicle that was parked on the street next to his house. And he immediately proceeded to Molefe's residence. And he fetched Mr. Molefe, and they drove to the vehicle that Molefe was suspended, which